Testify. Overruled. Go.
The night is cold. Don't be scared.
Let the mighty be humble. Bow your head.
When evil lurks, shoot on sight. Transfixed.
Stars, shine for me.
Overruled. Transfixed. This is where you fall. Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention. What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please.
Let's get down to business. Overruled.
It's been a while since we set foot on Inazuma. So many things have happened since then. Yeah, we've done so. Where should
Huh? So you don't have a vision after all. Seems like I've mistaken you for someone else.
At the very least, you should make sure you've got the right person before you... No, wait! Even when...
Have you ever met someone by the name of Kaedahara Kazuha? He carries a sword just like you. That's none of your business. Never mind. You don't look like you know anything anyway. I'm wasting my...
What the heck is this guy's problem? Well, one thing's for sure, right? Anyway, just to be honest... Oh? What kind of hunt? A special connection? You mean... Anyway, Paimon heard that the Crux fleet is stocking up in Rito at the moment. Let's...
Transfixed. Ready.
You're looking for Kazuha too, huh? Guess he must have done something impressive after all. Well, we took the small vessels, and if it's because of that Kazuha keeps to himself most of the time.
Oh, so you...
I've heard bits and pieces. Is it really as big a... Really? He was called away early. I thought they'd come to arrest him.
Just a little while ago, thank you! Guess we'll...
All right, then. I'll just...
Oh? It's you.
Greetings. We were just discussing the repealing of the vision. We invited Mr. Kaidahara here to extend a gesture of goodwill. Your hard work has secured for us the agreeable... The Almighty Shogun has issued a... The Tri-Commission is... Regarding the history of the Kaidahara clan. In short, there came a time when... We later learned that the whole... Considering Mr. Kaidahara has... In the interest of preventing further harassment...
This is a true honor. I am However, would I be...
I can assure you that with the Kaidahara clan's reputation, you will be able to lead a safe and prosperous life.
I have grown accustomed to life, yet my ancestors did...
I sense some hesitation. Should you accept this offer, I imagine many of the
Malicious, rude...
Well, to some, the Muso no Hitotachi is... Also, eyewitnesses saw him using the...
What? But...
That is correct. However...
This is just one of many similar rumors. But perhaps if the Shogunate is willing to publicly support me...
This is precisely why I encourage you to give our offer some...
In fact, let us put this discussion on hold for the moment.
Yikes! We nearly forgot a...
Why would such a dangerous... No. This puzzle... My fighting forms were taught to me. Over time, these techniques... Those forms are quite different.
All the more reason to...
Indeed.
In that case, I will send some...
Thank you. I must say, I am now very curious about this matter. I will first join the Traveler in investigating the one...
Very well. Please stay safe.
Come on. Let's go and track down your aggressor.
The detective agency knows the most about what goes on in town. to say. There! We'd like to... Do you know if any...
Aha! So this is the
You are too kind.
Oh? You were... Mr. Kaidehara is... To be honest with you, some of them were offering...
Millions?
Please, accept my thanks for looking out for my privacy.
Of course. No matter what, we only take on legitimate cases. We don't make our money by revealing details of other people's day-to-day life just for the sake of it. Sorry, but I would...
Then let's put the Tenryou Committee.
It's true that if anyone had been...
Uh-oh. Looks like the...
I still find few people possess your prowess. I am well aware of your talents. It would cause me great grief to see someone become critically injured or lose their life because of me. For the poor victim, this would be a completely senseless crime.
Don't worry. We'll find him.
It seems you are every bit the self...
You flatter me. Truth be told, I don't know quite what came over me in that moment.
You are much too humble. Don't worry, I completely understand your concerns. I will try my best to gather whatever leads I... Oh, actually, there was one strange incident over the last few days. It doesn't involve an attack, though. Let me tell you about it just in case.
Sure. During times like this, the more information we have, the better.
All right then. Recently, 2 people went missing from the city at around the same time. One of them is a pretty well-known collector, surnamed Nagato.
Amenoma. Now there's a familiar name.
Right. Yuya is the nephew of Amenoma Togo, the owner of Amenoma Smithy. 2 grown men going missing at the same time. Their cases are likely connected, but I don't know much in the way of details. I recalled this because Amenoma Yuya is also an accomplished martial artist who is skilled with the blade. Perhaps he is the one you are looking for.
Understood, though it seems highly unlikely to me. I neither know...
Sure, can't hurt. We never know what we might find out along the way.
Thank you, Ryuji. We'll start by making some inquiries at the Amenoma Smithy.
Sounds good. All the best with your investigation. I'll get moving shortly myself.
Welcome to Bonton Sanga Detective Agency. What will you have me solve? How can I improve my culinary skills?
Okay. I'm losing patience. Ah, if it isn't Kaedehara Kazuha.
Huh? You two know each other?
Yes, the Kaedehara and Amenoma clans were both members of the Raiden Gokaden. Historically, there have always been deep links between the 2 clans. After I returned to Inazuma, I visited Mr. Amenoma to pay my respects. Let me quickly explain. The Raiden Gokaden was the collective term for the 5 most acclaimed bladesmithing arts in Inazuma. The techniques of blade making were personally bequeathed to the Raiden Gokaden by the almighty Shogun, and over time, further honed and enhanced by the most talented craftsmen. Unfortunately, a series of events led to the gradual decline of many clans in the bladesmithing trade. Today, only the Amenoma clan has kept its art alive.
So sad.
It is a great pity indeed. In the old days, we each had our specialties, and just as iron sharpens iron, so too. As an example, there is nothing. As for the
That's right. For only a blade.
Indeed, you are, without a doubt, the most worthy wielder of an Ishin blade.
You overestimate me. My actions are guided by my own personal sentiments, not by any noble aspirations on behalf of my clan. But let's get back on topic. The purpose of our visit today is to gather some information on your missing nephew. We hope to assist with the investigation. It may turn out that this case is connected to another we are pursuing.
Ah, yes. My nephew. I reported the case to the Tenryo Commission, but I haven't heard anything back so far. He didn't say a word before he left, which is very unlike him. I'm still completely at a loss on what to make of it, but I've done what I can so far. Worrying is futile. All I can do now is wait for the news from the Tenryo Commission.
We heard that there was a collector involved in the disappearance too. Know anything about that?
Yes. On the morning that Yuya went, I believe he went to collect the item. Yes. Strange, isn't it? I wonder what could have caused it.
Do you have any thoughts on what Yuya may have wanted to give you?
If I had to guess, it must have been some kind of rare weapon. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for him to get my hopes up. He's never been particularly interested in blade forging. He is extraordinarily talented in martial arts, particularly when it comes to the art of the sword.
Truth be told, we have some information that you may find to be, based on the evidence we have gathered so far, only Yuya seems to match the suspect's profile.
What? No. Absolutely impossible. Yuya is not that kind of person. He is humble and kind. Even his training is done with the goal of calming his mind. He has never gotten into a fight before.
Is that so?
Yes. If there's one thing I can say for certain, it's that Yuya would never draw his blade without a very good reason. But, with that said, it's equally out of character for him to just disappear, with neither farewell nor fair warning. I also cannot know what court... Anyway, should you find him, please let me know as soon as possible.
Don't worry. You have our word.
From the sound of that, Paimon doesn't think Yuya was the one who attacked us as well.
Yes. It sounds as if something happened when the two men met each other. Let's pay a visit to the Nagato household.
I'm very sorry. I cannot afford to pay what we owe right now. My husband has gone missing, and I'm still trying to find him.
No, you misunderstand us. We are here to help with the investigation. We'd like to ask you some questions about Mr. Nagato's disappearance, if we may.
Ah, I see. I thought the debt collectors had come to visit again. I'm sorry you have to see me in this dreadful state. Has some new information come out? Do you know where he's gone?
I'm afraid we don't have any new information at the moment. We're still trying to find out as much as we can. With this in mind...
That's so long. He'd always get so animated. Everything was fine when we first got married.
Uh-oh. What happened?
He lost his sense of restraint. Our expenses really spiraled out of control when he started getting interested in weapons. It was awful. He wouldn't sell them, wouldn't even touch them. I'm happy he has a hobby, and I'm willing to support him. But making ends meet has to come first. I've tried talking to him about it so many times, but he never listens. On the last day that I saw him, I gave him an ultimatum. I said, if he refused to sell his collectibles and pay off his debts, I would divorce him and take the children with me.
Whoa!
And that led to an argument.
Actually, it didn't. Generally, he's a quiet man who... You must understand, I never would have dreamed of threatening him with divorce if the debts hadn't pushed our family to the brink. After I said those words, he froze and was silent for a long time. When he finally... His voice was so meek and pitiful that I felt an urge to take everything back. But then what? If I didn't draw the line, what would happen to our family? Had I not indulged his bad habits, we wouldn't have found ourselves in such a predicament. And I also don't know if he had actually come to his senses, or if he was... The next thing I heard was that our warehouse had caught fire, and both he and the buyer had gone missing.
I see. I understand. Amenoma Yuya came to purchase a weapon from Mr. Nagato. During the sale, a fire broke.
At first, I assumed they must have gotten into an argument over the price. But my husband has never been one to negotiate. He never even haggles when he's out buying groceries, so...
Maybe he was feeling the pressure from the debts?
I don't know. He just disappeared after the warehouse burned down. Perhaps he's too... Even though I'm still a little mad at him. As long as he's willing to turn over a new leaf, I know we can work things out.
Please don't get upset. If collecting things is a habit that Mr. Nagato had his whole life, it is... But the information we gathered from the other...
A little confusing. More like complete...
Let's try a change of scene. Rest assured.
Thank you so much.
Based on the information we've gathered so far, I can only surmise that the sales meeting between the two men was somehow the catalyst for their disappearance. The fire at the warehouse likely played a part in how the situation unfolded. Do you have any thoughts?
Nope, never mind. Paimon's brain needs to rest for a while.
That is the most likely conclusion based on everything we know. What started as a disagreement over the price, however, in this case, if this is indeed one fact that I keep Mr. Nagato, the more I ponder it, the more puzzled. Right. Although the time frame seems to broadly match, no other details. Amenoma Yuya lacks a key distinguishing feature of the attack.
Darn! We thought we could get...
Let's keep going. Since we've come, if we can solve the case, both Mr. Amenoma and Mrs. Nagato will be able to get...
Okay, but...
Let's head out of this... Wait. I hear something ominous in the wind.
Oh! This must be another one of those sounds as sketchy as that whole thing seems. You did...
Now I'm picking up a strong scent.
But there's nothing here.
It's gone now, but I can still sense the direction it left in. It felt very much like that ain't... Indeed. We should remain vigilant and approach slowly.
Huh. So it's an underground warehouse.
The force is definitely... The source of the Tatarigami energy has long since left this place. But the residue it left behind still hasn't disappeared. Judging from the concentration, I would have to conclude that the Tatarigami source resided here for a very long time.
Mrs. Nagato said her husband used to hang around the warehouse by himself a lot.
It could well be that he was already... From what I've been told, but most will... Mr. Nagato had an interest in collecting to begin with. The influence of...
So what should we do now?
Step back. I'll open the door and take a look. If we don't open this door, we can move no closer to the truth. You needn't worry. But...
What's down there?
Everything's buried in debris. I can't see anything. It looks like the fire caused a cave-in, reducing the entire warehouse to rubble.
That was too scary! Paimon was so sure that the warehouse boogeyman was about to jump out at us!
All we can do now is keep searching in the direction that the Tatarigami energy source left this place. 2 ordinary humans, entangled with the Tatarigami. I fear much misfortune has already befallen them. Yes, let's go. If nothing else, it's vital that we find out where this Tatarigami energy is coming from. Quiet your mind and focus on what you sense around you. Perhaps you, too, will perceive its ominous presence in the wind. From this point, the trail appeared the main source of the Tatarigami energy continued. Quite possibly. Let's search the area. Something seems to be drawing their attention. Let's take a closer look. It's...
Ugh! Look at this red stuff!
By the looks of it, well... According to this letter, Yuya started the fire that destroyed the warehouse, and
So...
He was not only mortally whatever traces there may have been of his... Yes, if Amenoma Yuya is attacking...
Right! So let's get moving!
I wouldn't be surprised. For a practitioner of the martial, all the clues that at first seemed... I have a
Wait!
I believe so. On with the search. He seems to have stayed here for a long time.
Why here? Is there anything special about this place?
I'm not sure. But on closer examination, I sense that the aura may have lingered here at several different points in time. Show yourself! It's no use hiding anymore.
Kaedehara Kazuha. It's you, at last.
Aha! So it is the same guy from before! What's your problem, huh? What could you possibly have against Kazuha?
Indeed, there should be no enmity between us. If it is Amenoma Yuya that stands before us. But what if instead of facing Amenoma Yuya, we are in fact facing the blade in his hand?
Now that you mention it, it is giving off a strange light. Whoa, whoa! Surely you don't mean... Are you serious?
Tatarigami energy often lodges itself within physical objects, then works to subtly affect any living organisms in its vicinity. The blade has resided in Mr. Nagato's warehouse for many years, affecting his state of mind, and more recently using the sale as a means to affect, or rather, as a means to occupy, Amenoma Yuya's body.
You're sharper than I thought. You've already deduced the truth of the matter. Many, many years ago, as a descendant of the Kaedehara clan, you should be able to guess our greatest regret.
I presume it has something to do with the Raiden Gokaden.
Indeed. He was a and sure enough, in the end, he achieved what he had set out to do. He not only bestowed upon me the great... In her conceit, the Raiden Shogun lost not only the single most perfect blade in the entire world, but also an irreplaceable achievement in the art of blade forging.
So,
The people of the time in which I was born never believed I had that kind of power. They saw me as a mere blade, a sharp and well-crafted one, but in all other respects an ordinary weapon. But that gave me the opportunity to take... After the death of my creator, I decided to leave Snezhnaya. I seek but one thing: to face the full force of the Raiden Shogun's blade and prove my power, the might of Ishin art.
So, Amin, tell me, what...
My hosts? Who cares what happened when they got tired or in...
You're up!
After I returned to... At long last, I'm a... Kaedehara Kazuha, you stood against the Raiden Shogun's Muso no Hitotachi. There can be no other to... Now, give your body... Submit to me!
That hurts! Wind Strider! It's fine.
Rewrite history! Do not stand in my way, or I will strike you!
Your bluff's fooling no one!
Lost. I can... Even if you defeat me, he is but a puppet that can be replaced. I can take a new... The end result is the same! I will end this wretch's life before you can lift a finger! And even if I would, by any means...
Your fighting style. But from your movements, I sense only hatred.
Really? You can...
As I've mentioned before, since the blade is currently possessing Aminome Yuya's body, if you ask me...
Are you trying to claim... On his deathbed, he passed to me in that regard?
Because all of that is in the past. I've been wondering why you've not caused more trouble in all the years. Now that I've seen inside your mind, everything finally makes sense. You weren't biding your... After all the time that's passed, you have grown weak. To the point that you are now unable to acquire...
Oh, that's...
Only when Mr. Well, you were determined... I think you realize... But the way I see...
What would you know about any of this?
You returned to... Even if you were to sever that divine light. Sure, you inherit... How could you...
Silent! I must. I will concede.
And you should...
Easy for you to say. I have no need of anything that would stand in my way. It is...
How stubbornly you... I do not believe for a second that you can challenge...
What?
Very well. Once we have dealt with them...
And as for your end of the bargain, if you...
I accept...
Don't do this, Kazuha!
This is the only way. The cursed blades, the power of the Tatari God...
But even so...
Even if they... We have a chance here to save an innocent...
Your disdain for me betrays your woe now.
Kazuha?
I felt a little... It's all right. So far, I will.
What should we do next?
We find some enemy. Although this blade has endured much turmoil, it probably... If a blade built for Ishin art can... If he wants to avoid...
Wait a minute! Paimon remembers hearing about something from the Adventurers Guild. Since the Takatsukasa clan abandoned that secret base, it's been held by Ronin ever since.
All right.
What about Aminoma Yuya?
The blade says he'll let Aminoma Yuya trip.
Are we sure this is a good idea? It's a... Okay,
Leave everything on this journey to me. Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
How are you feeling? You okay?
I'm all right. The blade is performing, though he's making every effort to persevere.
Something else?
Let's keep going.
It's my lucky day!
Wind Strider!
To the berry! Let's get down to business!
Wind Strider! Clouds high. The birds call!
Berry! To the berry! To the berry!
Whoa! Something's up with the blade!
I can sense that he cannot hold out.
But
I will be careful with. He's. Time to go. Time to go. The wind knows me. Time to go.
Cut down! Like this.
are you okay?
Yes,
The Sheen's grown a bit
perhaps this time?
true form. What are you talking? Is this the same blade as before?
If you choose to continue, maybe you did. It barely needs stating anymore. Your ambition is I finally. You wanted to read, but regrettably, the only one.
Here they are! Take them down!
Where do they keep coming? Yup! We
Don't worry. It's just.
It's my lucky day!
Strike.
Finally,
Wind Strider.
This battle.
you fought way better.
You are a true Kaede. No one knew. I thought that.
But in this too,
Indeed. Too much time has. Yours.
actually, forging and this blade, skill. There is something else I'm a Tatarigami. Though you tried to cooperate, I resisted its temptations because I wanted to. I feel a great sense of regret for you. The moment you embarked, you have known this for a long.
He gave me everything. How could I possibly deny? I said to him.
Aww.
I believe our bet is now settled.
Where are you going, Kazuha?
He now has neither the ability nor the motivation to cause further harm. Let's give him some time to reflect on things. When I touched the hilt for the first time, it's as if I was transported to a strange dimension. It was somewhere I've never been. A bladesmith lay quietly on the bed, his frail face barely visible under the moonlight. His breaths were weak, and his life near its end. A newly forged blade lay by his side, listening attentively to his final words.
Wow. That was the Blade's memory, wasn't it?
Indeed. While in exile in Snezhnaya, the bladesmith eventually learned the truth behind everything that had happened. The Ishin art had been dealt a devastating blow by the desertion of its best smiths. He spent the rest of his life in the forge, not to vent his frustration and hatred, but to atone for his actions. He felt intense regret at being tricked by the Fatui, but he could never again return to his homeland. His sole wish was to one day return his single, proudest creation back to the land of his birth. So he instructed this sentient blade to find a way back to Inazuma, no matter how long or how hard the journey. But he never wished to rival the gods. All he wanted to show was that they once shone brilliantly as blade and smith, that they were still worthy of being trusted.
But after that, the blacksmith's intentions were worked by the Tatarigami, slowly turning his proud creation into the cursed blade of today.
Right. I believe the bladesmith might never have known that the power he worked with was that of the Tatarigami. The hatred within that power is what sent the blade down its ill-fated path. This blade has committed unforgivable atrocities, but only because it lost its original master. No one was there to correct its errors when it was losing its way.
Shame it's too late now.
Yes, it is too late. Time would not wait or stop because of his determination. While the world moved on, his ambition remained stubbornly stuck at that fleeting moment at the dawn of his journey. He seems to have calmed down, though. Let's go and check in.
when I look back at I once told him that I would pay any price to fulfill his wishes. Such was the debt I owed to him for giving me the gift of consciousness. But darkness and slaughter numb the mind. Over time, I lost sight of the difference between gratitude and grudge. Not only did I fail to fulfill his ambition, I also defiled it.
You are finally seeing reality clearly.
Since we agreed to the terms of the bet, I will honor the agreement and release Amenoma Yuya. But I still cannot bring myself to forsake his ambition. It is the entire purpose for my existence. So, may I ask you to help me fulfill the ambitions of myself and my creator?
Hey! Now you're adding yours into the mix, too? Jeez, don't push your luck.
It has to be done in this order. At least hear what I have to say. And if you don't agree, I will still release Amenoma Yuya as promised. My physical form as well.
His attitude. What do you think, Kazuha? Should we...
Let's hear it.
Thank you all. Alas, nor have I. My fights with you.
Oh?
I will release. You must have
Understood.
I see. He used my body to inflict harm on others. I utterly despise him and his actions. But since he stayed true to your agreement by releasing me, he must still have some remaining semblance of honor. If a duel can help to set this state of affairs in order, I am willing to put I do not wish to be...
There's no need to...
Thanks for your help.
All right, then let's move on. More Ronin could appear at any moment. We can't stay here. In any case, for a final duel, I think we should aim for a greater sense of ceremony.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see. Something with which to commemorate this occasion.
This reminds Paimon of Crux Clash! Yep, we still can't let our guard down. Even now, Paimon has a sneaking suspicion that Blade hasn't told us everything. Still, even if he's way past the point of redemption, it's hard not to feel a teensy bit sorry for him. Are you ready?
Ready? Okay. All right then. Successor of Ishin art, Kaedahara Kazuha.
Successor of Amenoma art, Amenome Yuya.
Honored to cross blades with you.
It is my honor also.
Wind Strider. Time to go.
Thank you for the experience. Although he appears battered and broken, in your hands it seems he's regained a glimmer of brilliance. His sense of savage cruelty has completely faded away. But that same sense of determination remains strong.
You also fought well. I'm sure he relished the experience. There are a few things that I shall leave him.
I must apologize to you for all that has transpired.
You need not seek my forgiveness. Nor do I have the right to forgive you on your victim's behalf. It is too late for all of that.
I do not wish for forgiveness. I only hope that you will see my transgressions as mine alone, and not let them stain the legacy of Ishin art. I strayed far from the straight and narrow path, but the Ishin... I beseech you.
Yes.
Thank you.
This blade has also told me that he has enough. Maybe we can go back there together.
What does he want?
I'm not sure.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
It's Yuya! You have returned!
I am sorry to have troubled you. It's all thanks to them that I was able to return safely.
A prized Ishin blade, turned weapon that controls the human mind. Considering their forging philosophy, this was indeed within the realm of possibility. This is a great pity. But I have some good news as well. Ryuji, from the Bonton Sango Detective Agency, tells me that they've found the missing Mr. Nagato.
Really? Is he okay?
Yes. Badly wounded, but he will live. And now that Yuya is back, it seems like the final ending to this story is a happy one after all.
I think I know what you want to do.
What's wrong, Kazuha? Is the blade whispering in your ear again?
Yes. He said he wants to take control of me for a brief moment.
What? No way! Hasn't it learned its lesson?
He tells me that he's thought of another way to fulfill his maker's wish. And he assures me that he won't use my body for anything nefarious. I have decided to let him do it.
But... Guess there's nothing we can say to change your mind, huh?
Thank you. I will explain my reasons later. Okay. I am ready. Let us begin. Please, stay true to your promise.
My power is almost spent. Without him, my eventual demise is inevitable. But if I abandon the future to give everything I have in this moment, my physical form can be forged anew.
Everything? You mean...
Yes. The cost is my entire consciousness. You were right. There's nothing that I can accomplish now. But there's still a chance for Ishin art. Once remade, I will be a valuable resource for your studies. Ishin lives on, and its finest hour is yet to come. Even if I am not the one to prove its might to the Shogun, as long as it is an Ishin blade, crafted by Kaedehara hands, it will still fulfill his final wish. Thank you, son of the Kaedehara clan. Over the years, my real name has been forgotten by all, and shame to utter it, yet it remains strong in my mind. Kagotsurube Ishin. This name is now yours to keep.
Rest in peace.
So, that's why he said it had to be done in that order. His consciousness will disappear forever after fulfilling the bladesmith's wish.
Kagotsurube Ishin. It was the first time I ever heard his name. It seems like deep down he disapproved of his own actions, and thus chose to bury this name deep within his heart. Only in the final moments, before his consciousness faded, was he willing to entrust it to another.
Seems like he really, really wanted to fulfill his maker's wish.
The same fervent ambition that gave him the motivation to keep going forward also fueled the stubborn determination that blinded him to the path ahead. Speaking for myself, I'd rather see him recognize and atone for his mistakes than see him punished for them. I understand. Perhaps this is a flaw in my personality. I've always been captivated by grand aspirations. Hearing his wish to rival the divine light touched something inside of me, just as the sight of those who fought to repeal the Vision Hunt decree did. Your quest to face the gods and trace your sibling inspires me in the same way. After everything I've seen, perhaps these pursuits fascinate me a little more than they should.
Oh, Kazuha.
I will continue to support you from this point on. Know that you will have my assistance whenever you need it.
Wait! Shouldn't we also go update Kujo Kamaji?
Oh, you're right. We need to tell him about the findings of our investigation. And it's also time to give him a response to the offer he made me.
You've returned. I hear that the issue has been resolved. Though this was a treacherous investigation indeed, we're most fortunate that no lives were lost. The Tenryou Commission has already attended to the danger at the warehouse. The investigation into Amanome Yuya should conclude soon. I do not believe he will be charged with any crime.
Wow, you sure kept your ear to the ground.
Then we needn't recount all the details again. Now, as to your earlier offer, I wish to give you my answer. Please take a look at this blade.
What's this?
Kagotsurube Ishin, a weapon crafted using a long-lost blade forging art of the Kaidahara clan. By means of a series of fortuitous events, I was able to recover and restore him. I also promised him that I will continue to study and pass on the secrets of Ishin art. And so, it looks like I will likely continue with my journey across the nations, learning more about this blade as I go.
I see. I understand.
The Kaidahara clan has always been a family of bladesmiths, so it is only proper for me to continue on this path. Were I to accept your goodwill, I may find myself embroiled in conflicts between the shogunate and Sangonomiya. That would not suit me.
You misunderstand. That was most certainly not our intent.
I am aware, but I still desire to continue walking my own path.
Very well, I can understand. Then let's pretend this offer was never raised. However, if you should ever change your mind or find yourself in need of the Shogunate's assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me.
Great. Thank you for your generosity.
Where will you travel to next, Kazuha?
I'll probably take to the seas with Captain Beto again for now. As for my next destination, let's see where the wind takes me.
You must have a whole bunch of questions after our last conversation with Nahida. Paimon was ready to ask her a million more questions, but didn't want to seem too pushy. Like, about these Descenders. So, does that just mean people like you?
Come on, serious suggestions, please. I'm not trying to write a thriller here. It's supposed to be an essay, you understand? An essay! That means facts and logic.
Well, if it's facts and logic you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you? The Tatara Suna mystery. When so much remains unexplained, there's little to be objective about. Unless, of course, you restrict yourself to textual criticism.
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it, don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person. I want to write my essay on something interesting, and I'm interested in getting to the bottom of all this. That's the only reason I came to you.
Yes, you came to me, so all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make people want to read it. There's no getting around that.
Okay, but...
Did one of them just mention Tatara Suna? But that's all the way in Inazuma! Is it just Paimon, or is it kinda unusual for someone in Sumeru to want to write a paper about that? Everyone here is just going about their business. Maybe it really is just Paimon. Guess people here are free to research pretty much anything. Great! Let's go find out what this Tatara Suna mystery is all about.
Alright, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabuki Mono will end up being the main focus of this paper. Ugh, if only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about him, this seems like the kind of thing he'd know about.
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma. This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started, examining the evidence. Sorry.
Oh, Sawada, for the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kinda lacking. Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatara Suna?
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
I see. My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatara Suna's past. But who'd have thought that...
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatara Suna.
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive for a first read?
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourself.
Let me give you some background. But in the end, apart from the swordmaker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention a Kabuki Mono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger. Someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This Kabukimono lived in Tatara Suna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Seems kind of fishy to Paimon.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow! Did I get lucky!
Stop shouting!
This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out. It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the Government Records Office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did, in fact, live in Inazuma over 400 years ago. Even back then, Tatara Suna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
Wait, so there are 2 missing people in this story now?
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishin art and so on?
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kaidahara clan, the last practitioners of Ishin art. Something then seems to have happened in the Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light of everything else going on around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
The Kaidahara clan?
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they are about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most.
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According to information acquired by Akaba's teacher, the Kabukimono was not a human, but a puppet.
A puppet?
Aha! Judging by the looks on your face...
No! Paimon just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
I agree, it does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected, and...
Oh, and please read my essay draft as well. Sawada was encouraged... Oh, how about...
Wait! You're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
Akaba, look. Your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get. Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of
good point. Okay, back to the draw.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now.
All right, thank you.
Hey, so that thing they were... Okay, then even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh? After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it? If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics... Hey, did you see that? He literally just No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see. Traveler, Paimon, there you are. Nahida, bad news. We just saw the balladeer strolling around in public. Did he escape or... Ah! It's him!
Sure enough, you're here.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of Suristana? Aren't you supposed to be laughed at? I know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain. It was my idea to set the balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me. A deal?
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about. But if that's the case...
Don't flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's...
Ah, so if it...
well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I... But Paimon's worried...
It's not every day...
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us! As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the balladeer.
Well, I for one have no reason to doubt you. Considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time. The balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position. Plus, he's a former harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond. Wait a second. Former? You mean he's not a harbinger anymore? I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate...
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
Yeah, obviously! Nahida, don't listen to him! Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here...
Alright, then I'll do...
Good. Go now, and keep in touch. Nahida, are you... Yes. I have my reasons for this decision. In fact, Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul. Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the... You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am. He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect. The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly. Exactly! Or what if... Paimon just doesn't trust him! He's treated us as enemies every time we've run into him! I understand. But sometimes, everything is dictated by which side you're on. How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all. Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart. As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you. If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it. It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it.
Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help?
I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. Seems like we have a telepathic connection. In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned. Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside. Great, thank you. Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Irminsul.
Wow, it looks pretty here compared to last time. The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
Shut your beak, jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards, but right now, I'm on temporary release, so maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous. I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru. Unlike anywhere else, Irminsul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information.
You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you, on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Fine. Let's call it truce. But only until this mission's over.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are going to be traveling together after all. Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going. Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Ew! Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
We can start now.
Irminsul access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
Is this a small sapling? Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him. Wow. So this is the inside of Irminsul. Ooh. Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Teyvat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so... say we did go running off in here. What would happen? What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick close to me.
These sapling things have spread out.
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsul. Be careful not to touch them.
It looks the same in every direction. No wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth. Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little? We're here.
What a huge tree!
Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
Ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
The Balladier's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
Huh. For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk? Yes, I've also invited Paimon to join.
Huh? What the? We can talk to each other inside our
heads? That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great! So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladier's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers. Well done. Smart and attentive as always. So, you made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Balladeer into the person he is today.
Huh. Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that?
If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabuki Mono and so on, yes. I know about all of that.
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatarasuna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
Oh? How interesting. Those two managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
So the Gesse got it right?
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatarasuna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation. Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Wait! How did you know about that? Did Nahida tell you?
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you. Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making cordial conversation is something I can manage. Huh? Wait.
This light. It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Hey, don't you
forget the agreement. You have—
Shh. Just what?
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatara Suna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
Whoa!
I have been in Tatara Suna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else. Under your leadership, as I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma, the forging industry with skill.
Yes, well, you allowed a... Even now.
You flatter me.
So you say.
My goods.
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? And recently, none of the people who went out to get help, but that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher?
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for...
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noted...
After all, Nagamasa is... Why, Mr...
Enough! I'm here because I'm in charge.
Judging from the...
Drop the act! We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatara Suna has... I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment. A moment like this.
You...
You're a little... I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well. It's a long journey from Inazuma. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity. And what I...
Oh, but you're quite wrong.
Whoever you're working for...
It's no trouble at all. If you must know... Just to create a...
That's it.
Look how even the righteous so... My device, it is easy. Make no mistake.
He has no...
What a beautiful way to see the world. Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own... I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your pup... Mr. Niwa? Jester, I have completed the task you gave me. Creating a gap, and I'd like to introduce...
Hey!
Dottore. Good.
Was that the doc? But why did we...
When I touch the doc...
Maybe so.
Does it? You know very well...
Let's give him some space. He looks...
We need to give him some time to process his emotions.
I'm still confused about the Tatara Suna incident.
Nobody has ever... So now you have the... It was all a horrific... Of all the unwit... After the event, the load was far beyond what he... The mechanic answered. Niwa... The mechanic removed the wither. The balladeer was stunned that he thought Niwa had...
Holy moly.
Yes. Only if you understand...
Dottore, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
Shall we see how he's doing? Hey, you alright? That's a scary
expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend. It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Teyvat.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your sister in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was her first destination when she arrived in this world. Plus, she only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
The heavens responded?
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your sister for a time. I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Huh? What have you done?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me. Give me your hand. Can you hear my voice inside your head? No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is so tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past? Done.
Huh? What the? What happened? Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second.
Nothing. I was just thanking him for helping me. So long. I suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again. From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabukimono will cease to exist. Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Hey! Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow. Oh no, he's really gone!
Oh, can you hear me?
Nahida!
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out!
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him. Sorry, Nahida.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
We're out! And we're at, an inn or something?
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before? He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible! Right! You can't just rewrite history! All that stuff happened already in real life! It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it! So, Paimon's so confused. Huh? Ah! succeed, right? There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next? Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon... So... Alright, Paimon will start. First dish. Munstack grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. Tea break pancake and Drayan chili chick. Oh, also Adeptus Temptation golden shrimp balls. What do we... What? Paimon was, talking? Huh. Paimon suddenly can't remember what she was talking about. Is that a food, too? What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said? So, the balladeer. Is that some... Okay, sure. Where are we going? Huh? Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're...
Ah, it's been a while. Of course. Go ahead. Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting. Very well. I'll tell you what I know once more. The once renowned Raiden Gokuden, comprised of 5 branches. Amenoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju. The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaedehara Kazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now, 2 clans remain of the original Gokuden 5. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Oh, yeah, we were! Paimon remembers that now. They learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then, too. It seems like such a shame.
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this. He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokunin, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale. The Raiden Gokunin were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day. And overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphan son was left to fend for himself, and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty Shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokunin. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent up anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the Raiden Gokunin. But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Kazuha? Why, yes. Just yesterday, in fact. We spoke for a while over some tea. He seemed well. My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places you want to visit too, right? On to the next stop! Lead the way, traveler! Paimon will be right behind you!
Okay.
is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters, so...
Traveler, it's been a while. If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate.
Are they out on...
The Commissioner is...
What do you think? Shall we go in?
If it were anyone...
We'll be heading in.
Hello, dears. Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you... What would you like to know? Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds. As for the
So pretty much business as usual in the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
Well, got any more questions?
You're very welcome. Miss Kamis, I must say.
Alright, goodbye for now. Great! Goodbye, ma'am. Don't worry.
All right, then.
Oh, are you two leaving already?
Yep, everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
Very well. Safe travels. Goodbye.
I'm sure the Kamisato plan will be fun.
Huh? Wait, you're that blonde traveler who's on a journey to all corners of Tevat, right?
Who's asking? Do you need something from us?
You bet I do. I was worried I wouldn't be able to find you. I have a letter for you, you see. It's from another Outlander. He was a crafty fellow, let me tell you. Took advantage of a loophole in our mailing system by opting for guaranteed delivery, then filling in the most obscure mailing address I've ever seen.
Well, we are always on the road, so yeah, it's pretty tough to get mail to us unless we happen to go to the post office on a whim. So, what address did that person give you anyway?
He just wrote, next to a small white...
What? So...
Yeah, exactly. Really, he got me good. Of course, here...
Come on! Kaya, huh? So he's here in Sumeru. From what he wrote in the letter, it looks like he didn't think there was... Or maybe he... yeah, you're right. The letter says that...
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
All smugglers are rotten to the core.
Melons are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure. To be friendly.
Hayashimi at Jafar Tavern right now. Let's go see him.
All smugglers are rotten to the core.
I'll have something I haven't tried yet, boss.
Sorry, sir. I'm afraid you've already tried every type of liquor we serve.
Oh? Well then, just the bill, please. It's just as well, I suppose. I do have other matters to attend to.
Kaya, you're really here! Paimon half thought you were playing some sort of prank on us.
Hey, Paimon, traveler. Looks like the gods smile upon me after all. And come now, I wouldn't joke about wanting to see my good friends.
Wait a second. You must be here on official business, right? What do you think you're doing spending every afternoon drinking at the tavern? You itching for a lecture from Jean?
Not at all. The acting Grand Master positively terrifies me. The truth is, I'm in Sumeru to learn about the alcohol industry here. So despite how it might look, Sumeru Spices, that's why the Knights sent me, their foremost expert in alcoholic beverages, to come and see if it is...
And?
So far, so good. I'm already in talks with some spice merchants.
Yeah, that does sound like a great business.
Well, let's not get ahead of our...
Hey! Using your job to settle personal...
Oh? What makes you say that? Very sharp of you. I wouldn't say I'm familiar, though.
And? Do continue.
Do I have to? Well, all right. Since you're... I overheard my I'm sure you'll agree that everyone's curious about their roots on... And so I stowed myself away amidst the cargo. But it wasn't long before the merchant delegation... It was a short-lived adventure. Honestly, not much. The only reason I knew that Conria was near Sumeru is because I happened to read that in a book when I was young. My life had less and less to do with Conria as I grew up, and I used to believe that I had inherited some, but then I began to wonder. Maybe, as well as this is obviously all speculation. Simply put, these days...
One death afternoon, please, boss. Tell me.
Dainsmith?
Ah, you've just...
So you remember me?
Huh?
I take it that you weren't aware of this until now, Kaya. Or you wouldn't have been so
Oh my. That's quite a lot of...
I'm surprised that you take me...
Well, perhaps what you told me just happens to answer some questions I carry in my memory. You're a pure-blood Conrian, aren't you?
Very clever.
Kaya, you're not involved with the Abyss Order in any way, are you?
Hey, hold on now. So what if I know my ancestors? Relax. I'll be... Either way. See you around. And Dainsleif, no need to listen in from the sidelines next time we meet. Let me buy you a drink.
You don't really trust him, do you?
The fact is, I still do not know. But can a person truly be Well, I suspect that...
Oh, so if she was the founder...
I mean to investigate the Loom of...
Yeah, the Abyss Order's evil plan!
Not new. Not exactly. Your sister... She mentioned the Loom of Fate back when we traveled together. Apparently so.
So, you're
Correct.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go!
No. Now is not... No, I'm still waiting for my drink.
Serious?
Welcome. How can there be Kairagi here? Everyone should check out Severe Theater.
Should I adjust the shipping schedule?
Talk to the bartender if you
Wait. This place, it's... familiar.
What about it? It looks pretty normal to Paimon. Was it like this hundreds of years ago, too?
Yes. The forest has barely changed from how I remember it. There is very little human activity here, after all. Let's search the area and see...
Is this a field? But it looks like it's been abandoned. It's an extinguished bomb. Looks like it's been...
Nothing else stands out in this area.
Wait!
Unlikely. There are no signs of life in this area.
If... There really isn't any... There's a box over here. Why don't we open it? And by we, Paimon means you. Paimon's just scared that whatever's inside might bite her fingertips off. Huh? This is a mirror. It's broken, too. Was this a makeup box? That's kind of... This bed looks pretty ordinary. What sort of person would want to live? Hey, look!
Can't you smell it?
Oh, so it's a medicine? Doesn't look like there's anything else worth their attention.
My memory, but will exhaust.
Noises?
It's not much. I doubt that the appearance of those monsters was wholly random. There must be something nearby that attracted them. A ley line anomaly, perhaps. But it seems to be more than that. Okay. I'll go slightly further out to investigate any issues with the nearby ley lines.
What? You're going alone?
Your suspicions are as banal. Not to mention...
Good thing there's a bonfire. Cooking is as good as ever. Even if there was no other reason, the food alone would be enough for Paimon to stick with you. Changing the subject. So... Don't take this... Oh, you stop it! Now you're embarrassed. So... The... stars? Wow. Yeah. But we'll find the truth together. Sure as Paimon's your guide. Just you wait, Heavenly Principles! And you too, Teyvat! You know what? We've talked too long about this sad stuff. All right. It's getting dark, so why don't you rest? Paimon will take... Oh, come on! Don't say that! Paimon just... nighty-night.
Hey, time to wake up. The sun has... What a deep sleeper. All right.
Halt! What do you think? This place is not whatever you your your companion. What business is that of yours? Do I make myself quite clear? Leave. Well, what are you waiting for? I'm warning you. Okay, fine. But no overreacting to anything you see in... Come on, then. Mind? How could he? So don't you lay a finger on him. Huh? You, no Conria. Who are you? Do you worship a god? Sounds like you... I apologize. And all who place... That may be... This wretched curse. The curse. We lost all we can do is watch helplessly. Because, although when the cataclysm, but those whose ancestry... He is Kari Bear. I was a noble of Conry. Then, Kari Bear. After all, I always owed him much, and... She was. We were separated. I do not wish to dwell on it. And now, if nothing else... yeah... Over here. I'm sure you... Well, one which will help him to recover his... I do not, but it is said, I believe that it might just work. In my youth, the gods have already punished... Never mind. As it happens, my hands don't... Okay. Also, do you have any, of Sumeru's regional specialties? Oh, one? This is the method. Is it done? Oh, splendid. Well, no! I said before that this... Which means... We must... Let's go. Look at this statue. God of wit, you, God, my son. If everything, then I bow. Oh, please, God. Kari Bear? Well, we've prepared the medicine. Kari Bear, it's me. It's your father. Kari Bear. Kari Bear. I'm sorry, but I'm here now. Are you still angry with me? I know. I'm so sorry, Kari Bear. Forgive me. Please. Please. Oh, gods above! What? You took everything I'd give you. The gods of this world have never stood with humanity, not even for a moment. Other reason. Huh. You give up. Even if I must stay... Let's go. The most crucial ingredient... The details don't matter, right? There is... I'll be here, watching Karibe. Good. You're back. Coribere's condition is stable. By which I mean he still... Anyway... I need you to stand guard here for a while. Whatever you do... good. I'll be back soon. The fertilizer won't take but,
Transfixed!
What happened? Was it monsters? Oh, thank goodness you were here. I couldn't have taken them on all by myself. I'd have to hide and wait until they were gone. Oh, yes, I've got the fertilizer. The effects can take some time to kick in, so let's get on with it. Next, we pick the mushrooms and repeat the same steps as before to make another dose. I trust you still remember the method. Oh, sorry. I have been so very wary for many years. If only I could fall asleep. I do indeed. That's why it was just a fleeting thought. we're here. Wait a moment. Hey, what was that? Oh no, he must have left while we were too... Come on! We have to catch up with him! That's... right. Coribear's scarf was a gift. My eyes must... Ah, yes, yes. Did it go in here? What a ghastly place. Huh. It looks like they're... worshipping. Sometimes walking, sometimes kneeling in worship, and it appears to be in earnest. I've never seen anything like this in all my life. What in the world does this place conceal? Oh, there's...
Is this a teleportation device? What energy is powering it?
Laid bare.
did I get on the ceiling? Did the room turn upside down? Or gravity itself? It seems like I need to find a place to insert the rune.
Humans, fate has not granted you the right to enter this place. Do you insist on an audience? Very well. Then I grant you the trial. Desolation!
Transfixed!
My guiding stars! Stars, shine for me!
Laid bare!
The night is cold.
Loaded.
Who was that? He was a perfect... He had... And yet... You... Let's continue on. I think we've made it to the end. Oh dear. Oh dear. You will go for, and I shall share. What? When I saw that thing, Cory Bear! Oh, thank goodness! He's still... for this to happen, you... Well, I have to... Cory Bear?
Papa?
Cory Bear? Oh! You see? It worked! Cory Bear can speak again!
Where's...
Mama is,
Of course. Yes. Papa?
Don't panic, son. It's just... They're in this world...
Am I...
No, of course not. Look, Cory Bear, you still have Mama's scarf on... Yes. Oh, never. Understand?
Okay, Papa.
Not since that day have I been so... I knew that once a murderer, always a murderer. But the god we saw, that wondrous power, it was truly enchanting. Piety is hardly my... A sinner? Oh, don't be absurd. You and I, no matter. I am going to pay my respects with or without you. Impossible! What happened? The Hilichurl worshippers have disappeared too? Was it all an illusion? That's true. Yes, it can't have been an illusion. I still feel that awesome, and it was neither illusion. Let's go, traveler. There is surely a reason for its disappearance, and I do believe that someday in the future, could he Cory Bear? Where has he gone? Oh, no. Maybe someone else came by and found... No, it can't have been that. There's no sign of a break-in and no sign of anyone This does not bode well. Wait a minute. This... Oh, no. The mirror, He must have taken his mask off. And... if he'd just done as he was told! We have to find him. It's his scarf. Looks like we're going the right way. Come on. Cory Bear! Cory Bear! Where are you? Curses! Forest Rangers.
Hey! Who are you? We haven't seen you around here before. What's your business here?
Have you seen a,
I asked you first.
I said...
Hey, whoa! There are Hilichurl...
Exactly!
You... Forest...
You...
Curse you all, Forest Rangers.
I don't get it. Why make such a huge fuss over a few Hilichurls? Makes no sense.
He'd only just... So tell me.
Jeez. I was frightened at first, but it didn't...
Yeah.
Wait, you're leaving? Not even a thanks for the info, goodbye?
Cory Bear! Cory Bear, stop! It's me! It's Papa! Whatever you saw, it was all a trick. An illusion. I told you. Cory Bear? How could... Come! Cory Bear, we...
Papa?
Cory Bear.
Papa, I can't take it.
Please, Cory Bear. It's my fault. I'm so sorry. If only I'd known.
It's all too much. Papa!
I see. I understand. Finally. Ah, traveler. Wait, no. Why am I still calling you Oh, of course. In any case, my real name is Clotar. Clotar Alberic. You saw it too, didn't you? Unmistakable, eh? The power inside. Yeah. I am positive now. Oh, at long last. That is no business of yours. A sinner. Yes, Caribert did not deserve his fate, but now... It's wonderful. Born into abject sorrow, he shall now become the Loom. Huh? Sinister. Oh, we once believed that you would to us, and the one who controls the abyss. We yearned. But what did you... Oh.
Why did he just call me?
Traveler!
You're awake! Oh, thank goodness you're awake! Paimon was worried sick! Traveler? Traveler?
What happened while you were unconscious? I checked the ley lines nearby. Information and memories flow within the ley line. You mean Clotar Alberic? After founding the Abyss Order, his faith in the Abyss led him to do a great many things. But the curse of immortality continued to torment him. After 100 years, yet his dark legacy lived on. You could say that. She wouldn't be the Abyss.
Are you alright? You have a troubled look on your face.
So you saw her memories from still, as I'd suspect, and it seems and yet your sister never breathed a word. Indeed. Clearly this... What is it?
The field?
You mean here?
You scared the Duke out of Paimon! Did you rebury them yet?
A male and Interestingly, the male skeleton appears to have been interred much... But what does this mean? And what? Unless... This all raises... We should part ways here.
Huh?
It's better that we split...
Who's he?
Yes. If the time is right, I will tell you when we next meet.
But what do you mean that he saw the Traveler? How is that possible?
I fear that while these things...
What? Why? What is he?
All right, let's leave it there.
There goes that. What is it? Huh? Good old caravan rebot. Now let Paimon think. Oh, Paimon remembers. So much time is up. Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time. And then Nahida won't have it. Yeah, come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble. Anyway, for Nahida's sake, maybe we should think.
Ah, look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Oh, it's Dia! But never mind that. What brings you?
I just finished a commission and that's when I saw you two all the way over there. Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place. Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about it. Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But don't worry, we'll come back to see everyone when we get a chance.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle. So, when are you leaving?
Wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now, where's that list Paimon made?
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going-away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida? the point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
Late band.
Something with which to commemorate this occasion. Something you...
as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better. What do you think? Good idea. Seeking out the 7 is probably still our... Yeah, the more we can learn, the better.